So last session, if I remember correctly, we started still on the beach, kind of wrapping up our fight with the orcs. Ivy and I had just downed the orc captain on the largest ship and the bunch of the landing party that we were dealing with. After we had downed him, we stripped him of his 4 magical items and murdered him the rest of the way. Uh, I headed below deck while Ivy and Shade continued murdering more orcs who had been landing at the shoreline now. Below deck, I found a fun little hobgoblin that we had a very amusing interaction with. He helped me free a human who was speaking Elvish who did not know who they were by chopping off their arms. That was good. The second arm only came off after I punched a hole in adamantine infused wood. So that's even better. But we freed the human. I was letting the hobgoblin live, but as soon as the hobgoblin stepped foot off the ship, I don't remember who, but someone brutally murdered him. I think it was Shade.
Someone told shit he chopped someone's arm off.
Well, that was true.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Let me not forget that after the first arm came off the human, I attempted to do medicine, and that went really well.
Yes.
But after the ship finally ran aground, we got the human off, currently dead, brutally maimed the human, leaving nothing but the head, and then resurrected the next day.
Oh, right, you resurrected lore. I was
We
wondering
did
why they're on
resurrect
my
lore.
live NPCs category.
After heading back to Haven for a night of rest, we were able to contact the gold adventurers that Shade had hired to figure out how one of the landing parties to the north was going. We were able to hunt down a few different orc camps that had one orc camp and a few different orcs that had come from our landing site before we were called in the middle of the night to deal with a town being invaded up near the Gold Adventurers. We were able to save about 10 of the, I think, couple hundred civilians.
12, 10 and 2 corpses,
12.
but the corpses were resurrected.
Perfect.
And that was out of
So
the
yeah,
84.
we were able. 84. Okay, that's so 1/7 is not bad. It was a brutal onslaught of orc versus Zelo, Ivy, and Baldrin, and the floor of the town, while Shade was getting distracted in dragon form by casters singling him out. After we were able to find an exit strategy for the 3 of us who were grouped together, we got teleported back to the now empty halfling village that Silo was familiar with. And Shade, after doing a little bit more work on trying to find the casters that were targeting him, I believe ended up teleporting back to Haven using the paper that we had been doled out. And that should put us at where we are now.
Yep. Also, Shade, I did actually go back and take a look. So it's a bonus action to burn the paper. It's an action to put the circle. That's why it could be done in one round. It's just also an action to write on it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we pre-write.
All right.
Yeah, good.
So I'm going to say that it's safe for Tislo. Actually, we'll. So what would you guys like to do? We'll get to Shade next.
So Shane, if I
I should
remember
probably
right,
mention that I would, once I get back, I would sending them and tell them that I can pick them up tomorrow, wherever they are.
well, because Shane went back to Haven, right?
Yeah.
Paper. So it would be like, I think the plan was that we were going to transport via plants back to the village, but if Elo got the sending that they were back in Haven, could we
So you guys
transport
went to
via
the
plants?
village about a minute before Shade actually left.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had been discussing what we were gonna do because we just weren't sure, right? And then because we were still killing orcs, what have you, because there was like several that had gone through, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Tislo does
I
have the
feel
spell
like
slot to actually take you guys to the base of the mountain, but then you guys will need to travel up the mountain. That's about half day's travel.
And I believe it is still middle of the night.
Yes.
I mean, like it doesn't really matter to me and Zelo, but Baldy needs his night partner.
You got blessed, right?
Yeah,
That should help a little. I mean,
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't. So
I
poison.
doubt that they'd be able to keep bless up on you all night.
Also true. Yeah, so I guess I have to roll a 19 or 20.
I would cast. I mean, I don't think I can do like I can't help, right? I have resistance, which gives you a before you can add to a number rolled to one saving throw of your choice.
How long does this resistance last?
I believe it's a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that won't quite work for 8 hours.
Yeah, I don't have spells that last for several hours.
I guess I'm going to be a little tired.
Great restoration you tomorrow.
It can't.
It cannot be
it
removed
cannot be.
except
Okay.
by unattuning.
Okay, well,
And if I unattune, I can't reattune for a week.
yikes.
You have a paper. Why don't you just?
I mean, you can just,
burn
yeah, you can just go.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. I will use my paper. Having one of us having received the sending, I'll burn my paper.
All right.
I mean, I'm fine. I'll we'll hang out. I mean, I don't know what Philo would do, but I can hang out with the villagers, so it's not like we save them and then just fucking leave them
Thelo's happy to
somewhere
not
where they
abandon.
don't know. Okay. There places like set up and whatever.
Actually, yes, there's abandoned houses. It's just everyone has to sleep curled up.
Because the houses were for halflings.
I sleep just fucking fine, thank you. I'm 3 feet tall. I fit just fine.
Okay, everyone else has to.
That's right.
Yeah, 7 foot tall Zelo is not having the best time right now.
Yellow grew up there.
Oh,
However that
okay.
works.
Perfect.
Tilo has the one regular bed. Unfortunately, it's for a regular person, and they're still a bit big for it. Alright. So, Shade.
Yep.
A little while after you arrive back and you've set the sending, Baldwin arrives.
Okay, well, I'll let him sleep with me.
I'm never not gonna laugh at that.
Okay.
What's wrong with a little bird and elephant sleeping together?
What are you doing with the corpses?
Don't you remember we have a bunk bed?
I mean, they were stuck in the... How... They've been long enough in the demi-plane, I suppose I can dispose of them.
Alright.
Pack them back into a bag and dump them out tomorrow somewhere far away from Haven.
Alright.
And before I go to sleep, I want to investigate that little box that I found in my pack.
Alright. So this box doesn't have any openings on it, but there is a little seal on the front.
I'm just going to run my finger over the seal, see if it activates with touch at all.
It does not appear to.
Okay. And how much does my character know about the seal on it?
So this is the same seal that your master used for pretty much everything.
Gotcha. So it's probably the same seal as what's on my necklace.
Yes.
Noticing that, I'm gonna place the necklace over the seal in the same orientation and see if anything reacts that way.
Alright. As you put your necklace close to it, the seal lights up.
How close are you doing this to Shade?
I'm just sitting playing on the top bunk under the covers.
And then
There's
when
no
you put,
bunks in a demi-plane.
Oh, I thought we said we made it a bunk bed. That's okay.
and then when you put the thing right up against it, it glows even brighter. But there appears to be no other effects.
I'm gonna cast darkness on it.
Alright.
Does darkness have a verbal component?
It does.
Shade just hears his Baldy just whisper into himself under the blankets.
seeing a bright glow come from.
Not my business. Whatever floats the boat.
Alright, so darkness fills the area.
Not that it wasn't already a little bit dark, just given my presence. Does the box or amulet seem to react to either of those in any special way?
It appears not to.
Interesting. I'm gonna tinker with it a little bit and see what I can get it to do.
Alright.
Just utilizing the necklace and figuring stuff like that out. I'll spend probably a, 15, 20, 30 minutes somewhere in there just playing with it to figure out what I can do with it. Before even if I don't figure anything special out, I will just go to bed.
Yep, so that would be a part of the investigation check.
Okay.
Alright. Then if no one else has anything else to do that day, we can move to the next one. Is everyone resting long enough to get a long rest?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ariel's feeding the cats right now, but she said Ivy would expend some of her spell slots just to heal up some of the villagers and whatnot before taking a rest.
Well, I'm not picking them up before I'm done with my long rest, so they're probably getting their long rest.
Yeah.
So, then the next morning.
Hit the long rest button.
Yep.
By the way, check the sound, James. I'm good. I will because I know how many of them there are, I would take one of my paladins with me.
Yeah, I would have told you that it was our 2 party members plus 12.
Yep. Too many for me to take efficiently, so Zilo is gonna send them to the bottom of the mountain, and the paladin's gonna walk them up. And as we do that, I will tell the others that I'm actually, let me take a few paladins and have a couple of them wait at the bottom because we'll be sending more people through. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to make you mine as well.
Yes.
I'm talking about for.
Yeah, I'm not taking off my non-detection thingy.
Hey, I did it again. All right.
Okay. Do I get the feeling that the orcs are looking for me? I'm not spending. Yeah, gone. Oh, okay. So I don't get a sense of anything that happened. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm good to hit the long rest button.
Yes.
Yep,
So
long
yeah,
rest, new day.
I will tell everyone that my plan right now is to go evacuate a few villages that seem to be in the path of the orcs, as much as myself and Zelo can do today, and then go to the capital of Kingdom of the Sun and see if I can, figure out if they are gonna do something about this or not.
Fair enough. And where would you like our assistance?
Well, I'm gonna need Zelo to come with me so they can make tree portals for the villagers to get. Actually, where should we take? We shouldn't be sending them to Haven. Yeah.
We got somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 people in tents.
Right. What city would I in? I've been around the Kingdom of the Sun. What would I know? Which city is a good one to just send them through to?
Probably one of the. So, the capital cities have the housing for them, but it is
Right.
quite expensive.
How expensive are we talking?
Not super expensive, but more expensive than local towns. However, you would need to go to multiple local towns for there to be enough housing for everyone.
How expensive?
I'll get the number.
I'm going. So anyway, first looks like it's a small change of plans. We're first going to the capital to negotiate housing the refugees, and then we're gonna start. And so that Zelo can take a look at a tree and touch it in naughty ways, and then. Yeah. But I could use your assistance in organizing people to get evacuated. Otherwise, I'd be taking paladins. You want to do something else?
1.75 gold a room, so 1.7 gold a day.
Gold.
Each?
Gold.
Yes, in the capital city.
But there's no cheap housing?
Are you looking at permanent housing?
No.
Then that is the lowest ones. You could get housing just on the outside of the city.
Sure.
That would be, where is it? $8 copper a night.
Yeah. Checks out. Right. So, first stop, City of Hope. Zelo plays with a tree, and I guess I'm just gonna go visit the Adventuring Guild and see if I can speak to someone who'll be able to suggest what to do with the situation. Tell them my plan.
Alright, Boulder and Ivy, what are you two doing?
I I don't know. Where's my plan was to speak with the dead, one of the orcs.
You can have a corpse, but they're not very talkative.
Oh, I think you have the. Don't you steal the head of the captain off the ship?
We left it. God's head off.
Didn't I thought you took the hobgoblin's axe and chopped it?
No. He had talked about it, but I said I did. Prepping else.
Alright, Baldwin, what would you like to do?
I will probably see if I can assist at all with the relocation and evacuation efforts, and also spend probably part of my day tinkering with my little box again.
Alright. Takes about an hour to get everyone through to this area. This is just the 12 individuals.
Okay.
And then you're going to go with, what is their name? Tislo, to help get people through?
Yeah. Just in case we start encountering some nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I would be like, talk to a corpse whenever, not a big deal. But I would.
So then, because paladins no longer need to escort them up, I'll just have them help with settling people in, so they can buy accommodation, etc.
Okay. Tislo will need about 3 days to get everyone through the portal.
Why?
They can cast a spell 4 times each.
But if it's only 12 people.
No, it should be 96 in total per casting.
Where? This is from the other cities?
This is from all of the different small villages.
Okay, this is the villages that we want to save people from, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Tisba will work on that project with me. Then. And Ivy, you might want to finish healing the wizard.
Well, I can only cast Greater Restoration. At 9th level once.
Of course. Okay, so how
Would
many
you like to
times
try
a
your
day?
luck at Divine Intervention?
Ooh.
Not without an orc head on a platter.
I can do it. It's okay. How many teleports a day do I need, James, or to support as well?
Tislo so you're just getting Tislo to the location and then Tislo's teleporting them out?
Yeah. And then we have to leave, so it's 2 teleports per location, pretty much.
Yep,
Or 1.5.
So it's only 1 location per day.
Okay, so it's only so I have, at the end of the first day, if everything is quiet, I will have enough for 3 greater restorations, and at the second day I'll have enough for 4 greater restorations, and we should be done.
Alright, so are you going to cast a Greater Restoration at 9th level?
Yeah.
Alright, what classes are you?
Sorcerer, cleric, paladin, fighter.
Alright. What sorcerer subclass are you? Aberrant Mind, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yes.
Cool. Can you roll
And
me
and I
1d100?
have the divine. And I have the divine soul, divine magic trained.
Yep. Alright. 29.
Can you describe what's happening when I'm casting this spell?
So the magic of a spell mirrors, and then twists out of existence as the greater restoration goes off.
And it goes away.
Yep, it works. So the first one works, roll the next one. You're doing 3 this day, so only 2 more
Do
to
I
have.
sense that it's dangerous to keep doing this?
Well, that is not usually how the effect goes, though from the side effects that you've seen so far, it does not appear entirely dangerous. It could be, though.
Can I roll some Arcana checks or something to try and figure out if it's going to be dangerous or not?
Make me a primal check.
Uh, Borrowed knowledge so I can get proficiency.
Alright.
Yeah.
18 might be a
Plus 3-point
success.
reroll.
Alright, roll.
Lucky? There we go, that's lucky.
Finally! Anything above a 10. Okay. 30. Okay, this has something to do with the purity of your magic. Whatever spell or curse that did this, it can only be undone by pure divine magic. Or maybe even pure primal magic or pure arcane magic.
Because my magic is
Tainted and twisted.
wonky. Yeah, that's
might
shade for you.
It might still work. You've seen the effects work, but it seems to twist and break when it's trying to do it.
Do I think with a 30 that it might be dangerous?
It could potentially be. The effects, especially when using 9th level magic, it could be all over the place.
Okay, we're just gonna take our time because I don't want to blow up Haven.
Alright.
I will, yeah. So do I have any luck with like talking to the Adventurers Guild about getting some assistance with the orcs, or getting them to get me an audience with somebody who can, you know,
What rank
dispatch
adventurer are
some.
you?
I'm Electrum, I think.
That sounds about right.
I haven't been promoted
I've just
for
got to
whatever
check the
reason.
privileges.
So I would have seen what happens with Aiden, or so I would do it.
Alright.
Like whatever, however many days that we don't have to deal with orcs, I would hurt level 9.
Alright. So you can make a request for it to be escalated, and then they can send that information onward.
Make the request.
All right.
How long does the request take?
It's just a couple of hours of filling out paperwork for you.
But how long will it take them to escalate it?
They estimate 3 days at most.
I'm going to tell them, do you realize that there's about 40,000 orcs on that shore? And we can only evacuate about 20 people a day, for whose accommodation I am currently paying myself.
Make me a persuasion check.
A 3-point reroll.
Another nat one.
Ah, lucky.
There we
There we
go.
go.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, we'll get this done as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'll fill out the papers.
All right, they'll have that done by the end of the day then.
While Shade's filling out all his paperwork, I'm gonna show Ivy my little box, see if she's got any ideas on it. So it's a small black wooden box with a particularly shaped seal on it.
Yep.
Do I recognize this?
You've seen him wearing a necklace of it.
But I don't know what it's about.
No.
Okay. I fiddle with the box.
All
I
right.
mean, I don't know. What do I investigation? What?
It'd be an investigation check.
Not good at those. Let's see how this goes.
Poison.
Yeah, I'm gonna lucky that.
3 nat ones today so far.
Oh, we do have at least 120.
All right. Yep. Well, I'm not gonna get much better.
That's a
than
box.
that. It's a box, and how similar is it to Vecna's box? Like I hold up both of them up to each other.
Quite different. For example, with Vecna's box, there's different bits that maneuver and can be pressed in certain ways. With this one, it's almost perfectly smooth, and it's plain with just a single symbol. Vecna's box appears quite a bit more complex and intricately designed.
I'm
Oh,
gonna cast detect magic on the box, or well, like I'm gonna cast the spell and see if there's anything magical.
There is nothing magical coming off the box that Baldrin had. There is magic coming out of the box that you've got.
What school of magic?
Universal.
Okay, okay. Your box isn't magical. Mine is. So does it? If it's not magical, like probably just break it. I mean,
well,
I don't know.
James, how did the light that was coming off the box interact with my aura of darkness,
It
or
would
the
have,
darkness spell
it
that
would
I
have been
cast? Either
conflicting
one.
with it.
Okay. So it looked like it should have shown more powerfully, but the darkness was
Drowning it out, yes.
drowning it out. Okay.
Why don't you give me your necklace in the box and I can like hold it up outside of your aura of darkness. See if that might be the problem. I don't fucking know. Do I get to a point where I can regenerate Yali's arm?
So on the first day, that was 2 greater restores, so that brings them down from 10 to 8. So they've got 8 wounds left.
That was the second day.
Well,
The first day was another one.
yeah,
So that
I
would
did it.
be 7. So you'd
I
need
mean,
7 more days.
okay. How's Lore doing, by the way?
They've been helping out where they can. They're not particularly skilled as far as they've been able to figure out, so they've been carrying boxes of wood back and forth, and then going to collect stone while the halflings are going through and setting up some small houses.
And we have some clerics work with them. Try to help them remember whatever therapy.
Alright.
Can we find Laura for Haven's health insurance? I'm gonna do a therapist, please.
Well, they're already getting national health insurance from Zarthik. Actually, they're not a citizen yet. They'd need to go through and fill out that paperwork along with the halfling. That is what they're doing for the first half of today.
Yeah, but they don't need that paperwork to get health from my clerics. That's only for Deus clerics.
That's also for food supply to the town.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Fill it out.
Bureaucracy. I love it.
Yep.
Um. So if I take, like, if Baldy hands it to me, if I take the symbol and the box out of
I'm
his
not gonna
aura,
I'm not gonna give you my necklace. It's too special.
yeah, you think I'm gonna like run away with it?
No, you can't run faster than I can. I would beat you up. But no, my necklace.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then. I can tell you there's nothing magical in it.
That's fine. I'll wait till I next on a tune from my cantraps naturally before I try that.
Alright.
I mean, besides evacuating people and healing Yali, like, I'm not sure what good I can do.
Would you both like to spend some time training?
Sure.
So, on your character sheets, I've added a section in the downtime tab. You should now be able to see your next class level and then the progression. You can also add categories for feats and stuff like that. And items as well. So, each progress represents 1 day of 8 hours. So if you spend 16 hours in 1 day working on it, just mark 2.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'd start out the day, whatever spells I need to, and then I guess I'd work on.
Alright.
I guess you tell me how much time I would spend doing that, then I can.
You'd be able to spend at least 8 hours.
Okay. So we'll do just 1 day for now. We're taking it like 1 day
At a time for the
now,
moment.
right?
So, Shade, later that day, you'd receive a sending informing you. This is just a follow-up. The issue that you have mentioned is currently being seen to and actions are being taken.
Could I be informed of it because I'm also taking actions?
Your reward for this information is waiting at the guild hall. You are not authorized to take any further action.
Okay, I'll go to the guild hall.
Alright.
I'll check what exactly I'm not authorized to do and what I am. I'll make sure that I know exactly what they don't want me to do.
They do not want you to form any parties, take any adventurers, or for you to go out and interact with the orcs in any way. They do not want to aggravate them, and they do not want to fuel a conflict between them and this nation.
And they won't allow me to evacuate the villages either?
Evacuating them is fine as long as the orcs have not made it to those villages.
Alright. And is there any assistance with housing or with permanent relocation? Who do I talk to about that?
That is currently being seen to.
Okay, so we'll just continue evacuating however much we can. Okay, good.
Right. Also, your reward is
works.
800 platinum.
Good reward. Although I spent pretty much that much. Is it 800 platinum or is it
800 platinum and platinum coin.
so that's 8,000 gold?
Yep.
Okay. Small refund. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll continue with Zilo just evacuating for now, and we'll.
Alright.
I'll tell them about the meteor glyphs because they're gonna find out eventually. Since they don't want to aggravate the orcs. They're already there.
Okay, they're going to file that information. They're going to ask that you make your time available for if you need to be summoned here for any conversations.
Fair enough. I will ask that if they disassemble them, they return the glyphs to me.
Alright, so that would be everything for that day. Then the next day, Shade, you're helping Tislo transport people?
Yep.
Alright. Ivy and Baldurin, what are you both doing for the other half of your day?
I get a orc corpse from Shade, and I cast Speak Dead on it. But I want to do it like I want to figure out what questions we want to ask before I do it, and then I want to be the only one in the room because uh the spell says uh if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy. So they don't really the orcs don't really know me. So I'm just gonna see if it helps. But I could ask up to 5 questions.
Alright.
I mean, it's worth a try, right? Like if they don't if they feel neutral to me, they might answer the questions like to give us at least a vague idea of maybe accurate numbers, because if they gate it in, then they might know, right?
All
I don't
right.
know. Is there 5 questions that we collectively can think of, or is this just a waste of time?
Shay's not gonna contribute to this. Like, that's a waste of time.
All right. So I just grab a corpse and have any questions you can think of, Baldy, or am I just fucking off and figuring this out by myself?
I think the big question is, what is their reason for coming here?
Okay. So I'll just like set the orc up in a room by it's like just me and it, and then I'll cast Speak with Dead on it.
All right. What languages can you speak?
And Sylvan.
Okay. What would you like to ask this?
Why did you come to this tree?
The orc says something in a language you do not understand.
Baldy.
Do I get called into the room?
It appears
I
so.
mean, you don't even have to. You don't even
Okay.
have to like. You just have to listen because he can understand whatever language is spoken,
Yup.
right?
All right. I get called into the room. I'll go into the room.
All right.
Figure out what's going on.
How'd you like to go about finding out what's going on in there?
I mean, I would have told him what was going on in there, so it's not like it's like a surprise. But I would just ask the question again.
All right. You, Balderin, you hear the orc say, "I'll tear your fey tongue out."
Yeah, he's not a fan of yours.
All right, I just end the spell.
It's not concentration. You can't end the spell.
Okay, I ask it, what's its name? I just come up with the stupidest questions. I'm like, what's your name?
What's your favorite color?
It seems very intrigued on tearing your fey tongue out.
I stick
And you
my
manage
tongue
to
out
end the
at it.
spell.
Yeah, I stick my tongue out at it continually. Okay, I mean, worth a shot to see if anything could be gleaned out of that. That's it. I just dump the corpse back. I ask an administrative person that's around, where do I put this?
We'll put it with the others.
Into Shade's bag.
They take the corpse and drag it off to a building.
Interesting.
Man, I wish we had grabbed the hobgoblin's corpse. At least he answered questions. He was very freaking dumb, but at least he answered questions and didn't want to tear our tongues out.
Well, maybe not mine. I don't know. Oh, we got along. I don't know about the rest of you.
I mean, I didn't appreciate the whole cutting Laura's arms off, but
Yeah, but we did worse later. It's fine.
Ivy does not want to talk about that. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Laura was bound by
Alright.
like 400 pounds of adamantine. What do you want me to do?
No, talk to the magic people. If there could have been something that could have been magic.
Yeah, monk, use magic.
That should have been my first thought. You're right.
No, talk to the magic people who can use magic.
Nah, if I punch it real good, it'll break.
Alright. Shade, what are you doing for the second half of the day?
Considering they've taken away my fun.
Your fun?
Yes,
Killing
I
hordes.
was gonna go and meteor swarm someone.
Can I?
Uh,
Can we still scout out the spots that we know of on the map the crude map that we got?
we've been banned from fucking with the orcs.
We don't have to
Well,
kill them.
well, hold
but
on now. Shade's been banned.
If you want to go without me, Shade's going to respect that for now.
We don't have to interact with them, but can we see
Well,
what they're doing?
You and I don't have a way to get there quickly.
Correct.
You-
I'm not. What I'm saying is Shade doesn't have to meteor swarm them, but if he has the ability to take us to, there were 2 other spots on the map that
I
we
can't take you there
Okay.
because that would violate forming a party.
Yep.
Tisla would offer to take you there.
I
Well-
forbid Fizzlo to take him there, and then I leave.
Okay. I
Well,
guess
knowing
So-
Tisla, that
so-
would make them only want to do it more.
Well, the point is, I'm taking responsibility of myself.
That's fair. So Tisla would approach both Baldurin and Ivy in private and offer.
Oh, I guess we'll just hang out here and train.
Alright.
I mean, I guess I'm speaking for myself, but
Yeah,
Baldurin.
I'd probably do some more training too.
Well, for me, in that case, because I can't really afford to be loitering around Haven. Let's say I'll. There was something I was gonna do. Something in. Yeah, there was stuff I really wanted to do before I got distracted by all the orcs. I think it's got to do with setting up my church in South Frost and getting like better relations with the local administrators.
Ah, politics. Would you like to dedicate your downtime to dealing with?
Yeah. All of that stuff which we already kind of briefly discussed about potentially signing
And your
contract.
simulacrum?
My simulacrum was researching the gem.
I know, I'm just asking if you're keeping them on that or if you're offloading them to something else.
I'll ask them how it's going.
They've spent 1 day on it, so slow so far.
Okay, they can stay on that for now. For now, I'd like to deal with this myself. And yeah, the plans are establishing the church in South Frost, 1, and 2, preparing for the academy town that we have the information on. We have the information on the location, and we have the information that Haven is in prime position to benefit. So it would be figuring out what kind of businesses to bring in. Obviously, there's building materials need to be procured, but also thinking about what kind of things people would want to do when they leave the academy city for a few days. And I'm gonna have Kalnox set up more pubs. See if Kalno needs any help with the alcohol.
Alright. So, how many days of downtime? Well, are you all doing anything for the next 8 days? Anything major over the next 8 days?
Nah. 8 days is fine.
I just
if we know that we're spending 8 days of downtime, I will be on a tuning from my hand wraps and playing with my box.
Alright, can I get an
we know
investigation check
we're
for
banned from fighting the orcs, so...
Yeah.
Can I get an investigation check for each of the 8 days? And can I get a persuasion check from you, Shade, for each of the 8 days? Ivy, what are you doing?
Fair enough.
I'll just be healing Yali, and then I'll be training.
Alright, do you use regeneration on her arms on the 8th day? So her arms regrow.
Well, arm, right? Because the other one was fine.
And she gets
It wasn't gone. It was just the... it was just scarred, right? Right. I'm
so
going to be getting...
right arm is just scarred.
Right.
Their toes are back and their arm is back.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Sorry for
Their
the
toe. I asked Yali why, like, what happened to their toes?
The orcs bit them off.
Probably what happened to Lore too. Didn't have any toes.
That poor soul.
I know. Is there any, like, you've dealt with orcs a lot, right? So, do you want to try talking to Lore and see if there's anything you can offer? Because, like, you're the one who's, besides, like, Fade and Zelo, that have had
I can speak to them if you'd like, but...
I'm not asking if you're a qualified therapist, but, you know, maybe having, like, a sister in arms and being traumatized by orcs.
Well, I was going to offer to modify and sort through their memories.
I mean, if she agrees to that, I mean, sure, I guess.
Alright.
Not my memories, but if if she doesn't care, then what do I care?
Are they able to effectively communicate with each other?
I would assume Yali knows, and then so would.
Yalia has their arms back now, which means they can cast comprehend languages. Or just tongues in general.
Perfect. Because last we knew, Lore was still speaking in the mismatched hodgepodge of human and Sylvan. Or no, human and Elvish.
Yep.
Alright, so they will go deal with Lore. Tislo, what would you like to do for 8 days? 4 of which you're spending half of your day transporting people.
Yeah, you were designated.
Designated
Evacuation taxi.
I don't mind. As long as I'm helping. Nah, I'm happy to help. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some time talking to people, yeah, my family and all. And I think I'm gonna go look for the druids. Remember the druids? The one in the farm?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to spend some of your time using your magic to help construct the houses?
Okay, sure.
Do you have any spells that could actually help with that?
I have plenty, yeah. I can mold earth and stuff.
That would be helpful.
Yeah. I can also do some other stuff, yeah. Like let's see. What can I do? I can conjure elementals. And the earth elementals can do a lot of stuff, yeah? Like erupt walls or oak and stuff.
Not while you're in a city, you can't.
Yeah, well, wait, we can't cast spells? Yeah,
You can,
we can, right?
you can't conjure. Things cannot be teleported into or outside of a city unless used into teleportation dust.
Oh yeah, but and hear me out. Have an evocation spell, Wall of Stone.
That'll work fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna use that if they help, and I can also mold earth and protect them and all. I can help.
Yep.
And I'd like to look for the druids.
Alright.
Oh yeah. I am trying to make a deeper voice. I'm not sure if it's working.
Make me a
It
nature
is.
check.
Nature. Okay.
Is nature an intelligence skill by default?
Nature. Yes.
Make me a wisdom nature check.
Well, I've just rolled the intelligence, but my wisdom is 4 points higher, so that will be at 28.
That's okay, I'm going to be inconvenient and get you to reroll that.
Well, aren't you a pesky bastard?
He's really hoping to get another one because there's been several.
Okay, wisdom it is. Observe. You fick.
Alright. You'd be able to find them.
Yellow. Morning, chap.
Alright. So you have found the familiar of one of them.
Hey, little fella. Think you could take me for your master? Oh god, my voice is really not meant for this.
The little squirrel walks over to you.
I will kneel down to its level, kinda? Just closer to its level, I guess. Hello.
It's then going to run off and get you to follow it.
I will follow it.
Okay. It leads you into a druid grove. You can see 14 other druids here.
Good afternoon, Mimaka.
One of them's going to approach. What brings you here?
Oh, how are you doing? I was looking for and the Zelo at this moment just kind of gets a little embarrassed. They kind of like they flush a bit. They toy with their hair for a second. Well, to be honest, I was hoping some of y'all might be willing to help me.
What do you need help with?
Well, need some training, I guess. Well, I hate training. I can train myself, but you know. Thought, hey, might ask for some assistance from the wise druids nearby. Maybe some of them are more experienced than I am. You know?
Tislo, what level are you?
15.
Alright, and what circle are you?
I am a circle of stars. I am meta. I am fully aware. There's every chance I'm the highest level person in this town. How, like in this druid grove, I suppose. However, Zelo is a very humble human person, or not human person. sometimes for the worse.
They go over and bring over an old lady. What coven are you from?
What meta was a coven?
It's one of the terms used for circles.
Das. God, my not this. I hail from the cover stars, though never really. Did I know any druids back in the moon?
Only the ones that taught you.
Yeah, only ever knew my teachers, and they weren't very present. So. Oh yeah.
And are you interested in converting?
Converting?
From your coven to ours?
What is your coven? Please don't say moon.
Good
Please don't say moon.
question. They're not moon.
Okay, thank God. I'm tired of. I'm so tired of moon druids. Figured like the rate of moon druids to every other druid on the planet is like 10-1.
We are of the land.
Circle the land. I can learn stuff from them without converting, right?
You could train feats from them, yeah? It's just whether they're going to actually offer for you to train with them if you aren't converting.
I don't think I can convert from me coven at this moment. Not yet, at least.
Then I apologize, but I am not willing to train you.
That's okay. Do you have at least some instruction or advice I can take?
I'm not particularly familiar with the Coven of the Stars, but if you return here during the next red moon, I should be able to find the location of someone who might be able to help you.
Aye. I'll do that then. And many thanks, lady. I understand Coven's secret red zone, and I'm very happy y'all being so understanding. If you need me for anything and it's not like super evil, I'll be happy to help. Look for someone by the name of Zilo, though names aren't really much. Much obliged. Then Zilo will do a little bow.
They do a bow back.
Alright, I leave
My
and
name
go
is
try
Crane.
Crane?
Crane.
James, how to write that?
Krcren.
R-C-R... Hold on, say it again.
Krcren.
Like this? Odd name. And it's pronounced Crane, right?
I'll just copy and paste it because you actually did get it wrong, and I said, yep.
Wonderful. Oh. And it's pronounced Crane, right? Hey, Crane? Oh, Lady Crane? Ah, this one, happy to make your acquaintance. God, boys, I am gonna stop that. Anyway, after that, Zelo leaves.
All right.
And goes train for the time they have left.
All right.
Can I, like, when we have, like, come together at night as a, like, group, I want to show Hilo and Shade my box from Vecna and ask if ascertain anything from it.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I got this thing from Vecna. I don't know what it does. Do you want to look at it?
Ooh, dangerous stuff, little one. But exciting. Yeah, sure, I'd love to help.
The only thing I've gotten out of it is that it's magic and it's universal magic.
Can I roll for primal things?
Primal would not be applicable.
What would be?
Divine.
The only magic type I don't have. If I roll Arcana or Primal, can I still get something?
There wouldn't be anything applicable in those regards.
So, can I roll Perception then? See if I notice anything about it?
Sure.
Okay, let's see. 22.
It is very intricately designed. The actual puzzle
Wait, hold on, that
aspect
sounds...
to this box,
James, hold on.
it is non-repeating.
This doesn't sound right.
What doesn't sound
I
right?
should have a plus 17, not plus 7 to Perception. I'm expert level 15 and my wisdom is 24. Yeah,
Is it still
Plus
not
7
adding
again.
expertise? I thought I fixed that last week.
apparently not.
Breaks every single time.
Yeah, so the first one should be a 32.
Here,
Okay.
let me just test on mine because I have expertise on mine too.
Nope.
Yep, not adding it.
That happens.
Okay. I'll do that after the session.
32. Because the
32.
nat 20 unfortunately wasn't real unless you decide to give me an advantage at a kind of super hard.
No.
Alas.
Can you just set
What
it up so
kind
that
of
it rolls
estimate is
multiple
art?
dice by default?
Yeah, I can just turn it. It's in settings in the dice settings, right?
Yep. So 32. 32.
Yep.
For the perception check, that's a critical success. You'd be able to notice all the intricate detailing for the design. It's non-repeating. And that's pretty much all there is to it. What were you saying, Baldwin?
Nothing.
Alright, I'm gonna be an asshat and ask you guys for help again. How do I reset it to multiple dice?
Alright. Configure settings.
Yep.
Ready, set, roll.
Oh, it's ready to roll.
And then always roll multiple die.
Alright. Thank you. Done. Want me to reroll?
Nope.
Alright. Well, I can't tell much about this here box, but looks very intricate. Great craftsmanship, yeah. Good to say. Very impressive handiwork here. It's non-repeating. Like all throughout, that ain't easy. You know, it's kind of funny to me. Just imagining Vecna just sitting there in his porch, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a box, and he just sits there for
I
like 2 days.
know. He doesn't seem the type. You know,
Yeah,
he
it's
has big,
weird, but then
important
again,
things to do.
I don't know. Everyone needs a hobby. If the great wizard's hobby is making boxes, who am I to say? It's
You know,
shade.
that's true. Wizards are weird.
Oh yeah. Never got the appeal of that. Who'd want to be a wizard?
Weird.
Oh shade.
Yes.
Can you take a look at this here box? I reckon you're a bit cleverer with divine stuff than I am.
Ah, okay.
Think of fun. Here you go.
Sorcery.
We should roll divine.
Divine?
But yeah, right, James?
You can make an investigation check for it.
I've-
That's
I'll
for trying to
start
solve
with
the puzzle.
investigation.
Oh.
Tough puzzle. I'll cast borrowed knowledge and do divine.
The 20 was just there. Oh, that's painful.
Well, I guess I sorcery point divine as well. I take proficiency off. Okay, with proficiency that is +7.
You cast borrow knowledge on it, didn't you?
Yeah,
Cool.
on myself. Yeah, the 27.
Make me an intelligence saving throw, paladin.
Vecna items and magic.
Do not give him disadvantage. I swear to God.
36 is a success.
Okay. But does he know why he had to make a saving throw?
You take 15
That's-
psychic damage.
Yeah, I got two levels of psychic. One for sure.
Doesn't bypass any resistance.
Okay, I take some damage.
Do I notice?
I drop
You know-
concentration on borrowed knowledge.
Okay, you regain that 15 hit points.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
I can very much see Wagner sitting there in his porch making a box for 2 days thinking, oh yeah, this is gonna fuck shit so badly up when he does but no look
You
at it.
know, now that you mention that, that does make more sense.
I was expecting Ivy to do that.
Well, I rolled investigation on it, and I didn't get much.
Yeah, but it's...
Bro just woke
If you
up.
use magic to enhance yourself, that's what causes it.
So basically, Vecna sat there in his porch and was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna fuck someone so badly up when they try to analyze this thing."
Did he get anything out of it?
I love to think he just spent like days carefully carving this with like this mischievous little grin on his face, like, "Oh yeah, this shit's gonna slap when it's done."
So as Shade was going through and maneuvering the box, he maneuvered it in such a way... So he thought he had the solution to it. He tried to maneuver it that way, and then he got a sudden jolt to the head.
What, did the box from a certain angle make the image of Cthulhu or something?
Hey, can I
Wait, shit, is
recreate
Cthulhu
what
real?
he did without enhancing myself and see what happens?
Make me a history check.
Uh-oh. Gonna go terribly.
Don't worry about it. What's the
Yeah.
worst that could happen?
You're able to repeat it.
Okay.
It appears to just
nothing
lock into
happened.
place. Would you like to try and force it a little bit?
Sure.
Make me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
I was only using borrowed knowledge on the divine, James, not on the investigation.
And I get plus 12 because I'm next to Shade, right?
Yep, plus 12. So that's 30, which is a success.
James. I wasn't using borrowed knowledge on investigation.
I
have
have
proficiency,
borrowed knowledge on the divine check, right?
which I did after investigating. Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be from the investigation check then that you got the jolt, it would have been from the divine.
Yeah. Because that jolt made sense. I noticed. I just thought it was on the wrong one.
Alright. So you take 18 psychic damage.
Ow! My brain. Did anything happen though?
Not really, the box didn't want to go any further beyond that point.
I guess we fiddle with it, or well, I'll fiddle with it until it hurts me. I don't like you guys got a lot of cool shit from Vecna, and I got a box that makes my head hurt. That fucker.
Hey, don't worry about it. There's probably something cool in this box.
It's gonna be. I fucking hope so. Like, kill myself.
I don't know. See, I believe that the stars take us to where we ought to be. Eh? If it's something worth putting in the effort, then it's something worth getting into.
What star themed proverb should I live by?
Well, ain't that obvious? Me.
Yeah, that is good advice. Thank you.
He shows you like a little grin and then he stops. No, but really, we should keep trying this, but I don't think it's gonna be force or magic that gets us through. I think he thinks it should be like a good logic puzzle and stuff. James, can I roll like pure intelligence? Or like investigation?
For trying to solve the puzzle bug?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's gotta be like a puzzle, right?
Investigation check.
Yeah, sure. Give me a second. It's loading. Foundry hasn't been too happy with me these days.
I just imagine that like Baldy and Shade are just watching us fuck around with the
17?
box that hurt us.
17 is a failure.
But can I tell more or less, like, that this is a path that I could get to? Solution?
The issue is you don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, but can I tell there is one? Like, can I assume that? Can I at least see some sort of logic to it?
It is a reasonable assumption that the puzzle box has a solution. Though you might think that's entirely possible that Vecna decided to not put one in. But the pieces move as if they're meant to be solved.
Okay, I'm gonna assume there's something.
Alright, well, I guess wherever we are at this point, I would just like, I would spend a little bit of time, like, before we, like, long rest, where I would fiddle with it and try and figure it out. I'm not very smart, though.
Would you like to divine
Don't look at
intervention?
yourself like that.
Why? No, I am not gonna bother Mob with this. That's an easy way for me to get my head on a fucking platter.
Matt, can you open this box for me?
Mom, can you open this box? I can't reach it.
Ivy is not the smartest, but she's smarter than that.
There's dumb and then there's that dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Shade, you'd be acquainted with most of the business owners.
Right. You mean that's the result of my talking?
Yep.
It was an advantage, so there's 2 nat 20s.
Oh, right, you've got your downtime action thing. That's what gives the advantage, right? Or is it magic?
Yeah. Well, it's the blessing.
Okay, so it's magic. Yep, that's all part.
If my downtime for now is investigate and might change at some point. Spent 3 years researching the fucking stone.
What I did, Vecna let us keep the rings. He didn't, right?
No,
No.
he took them
No.
back.
Motherfucker. And did he tell
I
me if
would-
he found anything? James?
Sorry, what was that?
Did he tell me if he found anything when I asked before he left?
Ah, I see.
Motherfucker. Hey, Loki. What are we waiting for again? Why are we given just 8 days here?
So,
Well, on the
James, did
ninth
I
day
learn
of the
anything new?
what was your check for?
For fiddling with the box with the necklace while unattuned from my hand wraps so that they would not be interfering with the light.
Alright. So, the necklace ended up lighting up because of some sort of key resonance. You've not been able to figure... So it's probably the case where anything... The seal would light up against anything that has that same key signature. For example, the seal could be held up to a necklace or any other of his seals or his symbols, and it should do the same. So
Okay.
maybe you need multiple of his symbols. Or maybe
get the
there's
right
a specific key to the box.
Okay.
Or you could just smash it and punch it. That's your fucking solution for everything.
No. Sometimes I try medicine.
Or lore,
Alright.
man.
So, on the start of the 9th day, Shade, you're getting ascending.
Yep.
Your presence has been requested. This is for the City of the Hope.
Yep. Sure. I will go there.
Alright. So, when you get there, you are asked to head into a specific room.
They don't take my my gear from me. They don't have me disarmed.
They do not.
Okay. Oh, okay. Do I know what building it is? This room is? Is it in the
So
guild?
this is in the guild hall.
Okay, then I'm not really worried. I'm going to the room.
Alright. This is one of the platinum rooms. So you're normally not
Okay.
allowed access in here.
Oh, fancy. Platinum. Wow. There's what, only like 5 of those?
There's more than 5 platinum ranks.
Oh, okay.
It's just the top 5 are all in a group together.
Fascinating.
Alright. A guard would enter.
Okay.
Is it just you waiting in here? They look around.
wasn't told I should be bringing someone.
Very well, Lord Harrison will meet you shortly.
Who's Lord Harrison?
Are you asking the guard that?
Do I know who that is?
Maybe they're one of the nobles.
Okay, I'll ask the guard then. Very good.
Lord Harrison is one of the sons of the princes.
Ah,
I will be right back.
impressive. Very well.
Alright. So, about 10 minutes later, the Lord enters.
Good
I'll post this here
afternoon,
for.
Lord Harrison.
Greetings, you're Shade, correct?
Correct.
Alright. Shade.
Well, I think about few weeks into my arrival to the world, my little group went on a quest, which took us to one of the half-orc isles, and what we saw deeply disturbed myself and one other celestial who was with us, and
So
even
you're
the
a
mortals who
celestial?
were accompanying us. Yes, it's not really secret information.
I was not aware that they could arrive in races such as yours. I see. So they truly could be anyone. Alright, and you came across the orcs?
Indeed. We were not really strong enough to take them on, so had to leave. But the sights of what the orcs did to those poor villagers, it just seemed completely wrong. So sometime later, when a quest was put up to quell the population of orcs, our group took it up, and from there it only escalated, to be honest.
I do not remember us putting up a quest for culling.
That quest was not in the Kingdom of the Sun. I haven't.
So you're not a local. Alright. What's brought your business here then? Is it specifically the conflict with the orcs to the north?
Right. I think it's best if I briefly continue the story because it will make more sense. The quest was put up in one of the Celestial Nations cities, which no longer might exist. And after some setbacks, I did spend a lot of time in the kingdom, advancing to Electrum rank, as you may or may not know. And as I had to stop active hostilities with the orcs due to them escalating too much, I did some research into where they were most likely to try to kidnap people from. And what I found was the north of the kingdom was most in danger. So I decided to leave a little present for them and leave some magic that would warn me of their arrival.
Alright. So is that, they shuffled through some parchment, what they meant by these glyphs?
Yes.
Alright. And these glyphs just inform you of when they arrive?
Each post has two glyphs, one that informs me and one, actually I think three. One that informs me, one that warns the villagers so that they might try to escape, and one more that drops a meteor swarm on the orc ship.
He seems quite annoyed at the mentioning of the meteor swarm. I see. And how many of these glyphs exist?
666 of them, about 38 have been activated.
And these only target orcs?
Yes.
He seems very slightly less annoyed.
I believe their condition prohibits them from targeting anyone except orcs.
So what you've done is you've set up these weapons all over the place that target orcs whenever they approach.
Pretty much, yes.
And you're aware of how orcs escalate things, correct? So what do you think is going to happen when one of their orc ships gets sunk by these? He walks over and sits down.
I can see how that is a problem, yes. However, I can not just stand by and let them continue doing what they're doing.
Have you ever punched water?
I suppose I have.
Right. You're aware of that splashback, right? How it splashes back higher than when you originally left it there? Or placed a bolt? That's kind of like what orcs are. Now I understand you're new to this world, so it's imperative that you understand. If you're going to deal with orcs, you have to deal with all of them. You cannot deal with just some of them. We are not equipped to handle orcs on this scale. Now, he leans back in the chair. Given the circumstances, it would have probably have been best to risk losing those cities. Or really villages. Couple hundred lives in exchange for the tens of thousands that are likely to be lost now. Alright.
Have you ever met someone who had been captured by orcs? Have you ever met someone who was saved from that fate?
I have been saved from that fate.
You were in their captivity?
They killed me.
You got off easy. You know that.
I was there for 74 years.
Very well, and you still think that they should be allowed to do whatever they want?
I'm saying that we do not have the power to stop them, and you certainly do not.
That is fair.
What we can do is sacrifice some so that the majority can live. This person does not look to be anything older than 40.
Do I want to insight that? Or but would Shade know about reincarnation?
It's not a common topic, but I believe Tislo has shown the spell before.
Yeah.
So then, yes, you would be aware of reincarnation.
Yeah, okay. Well, then that would explain it. Hmm. Fair enough. I've already agreed to abide by your rulings of not engaging with orcs on
I
the
appreciate your
soil.
intention. But it is likely that we're going to have to sacrifice around 24,000 guards. If we can offer them a tribute that is large enough that they have to pull back to their mainland in order to transport all of them, then we can send some people to move into those villages that were there. They can start reconstructing them, and by the time the orcs return, they'll see fresh meat, and they'll be able to go and claim those people.
Why are you telling me this? I'm happy to stay out of your politics, but I doubt that I would accept giving orcs tribute and putting up sacrificial villagers.
I need you to understand that you brought this onto us. And I do not blame you entirely for this. It's just a horrible situation to have to deal with on all sides. And I do wish there was a better alternative. I want you to understand that this is a decision that I'm having to make, and that it's not an easy decision for me to make. Especially as a survivor of what they did. These creatures are some of the most vile and evil things I've ever experienced in this world.
Someone call for me?
Sorry, what's that?
Someone call for me?
Nope.
James just said the most vile creatures they've seen in this world. Vulpes. Did someone call for me?
I do not know
I'm pretty
what
sure I heard something call to my being.
Yes.
See, I felt a strange tingle in my back.
Well, I'm not speaking about you this time.
That's okay. It all comes back eventually.
You may leave.
Fair enough.
The guy sits there as you get up and leave.
Yeah.
Alright. The guard outside places his hand on your shoulder as you walk past. He's quite a bit shorter than you.
Yes.
It's nothing personal. The orcs, they're pretty terrible. They messed up the Lord for a good couple decades. They even turned him into what he is now. I do appreciate what you did to them. Killing an
Apparently,
orc
I
does
did more
make a
harm than
difference.
good. Thank you for your words, but suppose I should.
Rennie will let you go on your way.
Mhm.
Alright. What is everyone on?
Want me to roll like I don't know what investigation or then I was messing with my puzzle box a little bit every night. Seeing if I could figure anything out. I just don't want to hurt my brain.
Yep, you can make me an investigation check.
Yeah, it's not going well.
Okay, so that'll be 2 hours, 2, 4, 6, and you can make me another investigation check. It certainly is not. Baldrin. You're approached by a small child.
Okay.
Do those wings work?
They do. And I'll spread them out.
Are those feathers?
Yes, they are.
Can I have one?
Sure, why not? I'll pluck one of my feathers. Hand it to the child.
Thank you. They then run
You're
off.
welcome.
The child casts some sort of spell on the feather and you die.
Crying.
Ooh,
Yeah.
This dog's gonna be
Exactly.
spying you for the rest of your life. Not like a kobold, but
About an hour later, about 12 kids come running up to you.
Let me guess, you're all here for feathers.
Uh-huh.
Bald birdie.
I will carefully select 12 feathers from somewhere around my wings.
Alright.
Give them to the children.
More children in this town, and well,
You get a spell cast at you 13 times.
So, Baldy, what are you doing for this day? Other than making poor life decisions?
Other than like pseudo adopting small children and also potentially opening myself up to horrendous consequences. I don't know yet. Let's see.
So wait,
I'm
when
going to I'm still in Haven, I'm assuming.
Yep.
No, I'm in okay. Oh, there's a library here, right?
It is not done construction yet.
Okay.
In Haven, it's done. I've been using it.
Oh, it is too.
I am planning on spending some time in the library, seeing what I can investigate about the nature and origin of the symbol or anything like that that I can glean.
All right.
Oh.
Make me an investigation check. The DC has been reduced by 1. Basically, each time you fail your investigation check for this researching, the DC will go down by 1. Because the information is in the library, it's just going to take a while.
That's fair.
Also, you'll need
I
to
have
get a library
eliminated
card.
some books. Oh, okay. Well, let me apply for a library card.
It is 100 gold and a drop of blood.
I can provide that.
You want a feather too?
Do you also require a feather?
I mean, I'm just giving out, bodily stuff. You want a feather?
Alright.
Would Shade have got back and told us what was going on?
He'll be arriving back towards the end of the day.
Okay.
Alright. Ivy, what are you doing for your...
Real quick, for the last 8 days, I should be adding progress to my downtime training.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I bring? I mean, because there's not a lot for me to do outside of training, right? So can I bring Yali my box from Vecna and show it to her and see what she thinks of it?
Oh. Interesting box. Do you need it opened?
Yeah, it's a puzzle, and I'm not very good at puzzles.
They cast knock.
Are you good at puzzles?
They're making an intelligence saving throw.
Ironic.
Actually, it's lower now. They fail. Actually, they've got advantage. They might not. They do not fail.
Perfect.
Ow, my head. Why does your box hurt my head?
I don't fucking know either. I was really tired of it hurting my head, so I was gonna see if someone smarter than me could figure it out. I'll heal her. Did she figure out anything from the box?
Magic bad.
Can you look at it without magicking it?
I can. I'll just need a couple days.
Alright, I'm gonna try. Remember who gave you your arm back, so please don't steal it. But okay.
Okay, I will not steal it. They look at you as if they think you're being a bit racist, right?
Oh, no, wait, hold on. It's not because you're a tiefling. It's just because
They now are looking at you
listen.
like you're being very racist, right?
Ivy is trying to make it better, and it's just not going well. Listen. I brought it to you because I trust you, but it's shiny. It's a thing. That's all. That's not like, I don't know. I would say that to anyone.
You would say, please don't steal it. It's not because you're a tiefling to anyone.
No, no, no. I mean, I assumed that's why you gave me that look, and look at me. I don't fit in most places either. People judge me. I've been called like a pixie so many times. It's so rude.
They pat you on the head.
Yeah, that too. Will you still look at my box even though I
Yeah.
did a bad?
Yeah, I'll look at the
I'm
box.
sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
And they'll take the box back to their place and they're going to start taking a look at it.
Cool. That's all.
You'd notice that they've moved it into Vecna's old tower.
Wait, the tower was still there?
Vecna didn't take his tower?
I mean, like, I thought you said that he did.
No, he packed up
He
everything
packed up
inside
everything
the
inside
tower.
of the tower.
What is it with wizards and towers?
Well, there's a spell that allows you to create one if you cast it every day on the same spot.
Yeah, I have a spell that does a temple, but you know, I don't feel the need to make temples everywhere.
Only because Mad Bull said so.
Yeah, I got a seed for that.
Okay. So she's going to be looking at it in the tower. Is anyone else doing anything else for that day?
The day when I'm away?
Yep.
Besides training and apparently being very racist. No.
Alright. Shade, what are you doing for the last quarter of your day?
Go back to Haven and tell everyone the good news. Oh, well, not very good news.
Okay, who are you telling this news to?
The group.
Just the group, or your paladins and the town leader as well?
The town leader second, and I'll get an assembly tomorrow to tell the others about the fact that we will have to slightly change our strategy.
Alright. Mrs. Shadrack's fairly upset by this knowledge.
Yeah.
I had to go AFK. So, what happened?
Shade has informed you all of the news with the law.
That shit has.
I mean, you really think that they just showed up here just like raid villages for people?
What they do, but not this
Right.
time.
I'm just saying, like, his solution is to sacrifice people.
That's
Right.
their solution.
Yeah. Okay.
For us,
the tiefling
Ellie?
about it?
I don't think I tell lore because lore is still fucked up, but I'll tell the tiefling, yeah.
Did lore get their memories modified?
So Yale has not gotten around to that. On the 8th day, they went through and spoke about it with them, and they've set a date for when they're actually going to go through and do that. But it will be happening in the next 2 or 3 days.
I mean, Yali's probably fine, like hell, but I don't know about lore. They're recently traumatized.
Yes.
Alright. So, Yali is not pleased with this knowledge.
As well, they shouldn't be.
Ooh, their tail would have grown back too.
Nice.
Ivy really likes their tail. It doesn't say anything, so that they she doesn't piss off the tiefling.
So you're just going to stare at their tail the entire time.
No, not the entire time. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna make the like ooh pretty face, but when I like feel like I'm gonna get caught, I make serious face. Very serious thing. This would have happened like a while ago because I talked with them,
Yeah.
so I would have seen it.
Alright, what is the plan going to be then, Shade?
We can't risk any more escalations on populated territories. We'll still defend them if we have to. We'll suppose evacuate people when we can, but if all future offensives will probably need to be covert operations. Hit them somewhere where they don't have anyone to
sneaky?
hit them where they don't have an obvious retaliation target. And perhaps find a way to get rid of all of them at the same time. Going to be a long project, I assume.
I do know of someone who might have some level of influence given this situation. Well, not necessarily influence, but impact.
Who is that?
My uncle.
Is that one of the clerics?
Oh no, this is Yali.
Yal. He's a noble in the kingdom.
No, actually, he's not even from this plane.
Ooh.
He's a warrior. Probably the most dangerous warrior I've ever heard of.
You certainly took in his footsteps.
I'm nothing compared to him, in all honesty. I wouldn't even stand a chance.
Don't doubt yourself. I'm sure you would put
So,
up a good fight.
your uncle, does he also have a grudge against the orcs?
No, he doesn't really have a grudge against anyone.
What does he fight for?
I'm not sure that he really has a reason to fight. He just... When he's fighting, it's when he's most clear-headed. Every other time, it's like he's not really there. His mind's elsewhere.
So he wouldn't take them, like, doing their damnedest to kill you personally.
I don't think he would.
The sweet uncle right there.
But
Yeah.
what if I were to just go up to him and say, I got something for you to smack on?
I don't know. I twice in my life. We are by no means close. I think I've said a dozen words to him, and he's never said a word to me.
That would be a valuable ally if we could have him against the orcs, but we'd need to find out something about him before we approach.
What would you like to know?
That you didn't know much.
You said not of this plane. What plane is your uncle from?
He was born in Archon.
What plane is that? Player asking. Like, would Ivy know what plane that is?
Make me a religion check or a history check.
I think Shade would know because I once accidentally teleported there.
You'd be able to figure it out from a description of a plane. Ivy, you
Yeah.
remember what it is? Shade, you'd need a description of a plane to be able to piece that together.
Oh, what's that plane like?
It's a nightmare. Endless conflict. The orcs have nothing on the battle going there.
Oh.
But what is that plane, technically? It's like plane of something, right?
It's known as the Infinite Battlefield.
Okay.
What?
Shit, you got any more family there besides your uncle?
Most of my bloodline's from there.
Why did you leave?
I didn't technically leave. I wasn't born on that plane.
Oh.
I'm native to this one.
You found a war of your own.
I prefer battles that have an end to them. But
Fair enough.
the best warriors in the entire sphere are in Archon. Just next to no questions.
Whatever could persuade them to leave and fight someone outside?
Beats me.
Sounds like if they're the best warriors there and they have themselves an endless fight and that's all they care about, it would be tricky to persuade them.
I'd imagine so. I've honestly never tried.
If we were to talk to your uncle, how would we go about it?
I can get you within a couple 100 miles of where he is. it's basically his territory. I can't really help you get any closer than that.
I mean, you'd be coming with us, right? Family reunion and all.
I'm happy to go with you, but the second he points his sword in our direction, I'm gone.
So he would want us to put up a fight before he listens to us. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I've got no idea what he would want in exchange.
Well,
I mean, like, actual question though, like, is he your only family on there? Like, I assume your parents are on this plane. Can we
My
talk to
parents
your
are dead.
parents? Oh, well, I mean, so
Father
they
killed
are
by
on this plane.
orcs, mother killed by demons.
Hmm. So is he the only family that you have
No, I'm
then?
sure I've got other family there.
No one we could talk to see if there was a different or like a specific angle we could take, huh?
Let's see. Probably not family, but I might know someone.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So they are a demon. They will want something in exchange. And it's probably going to be something that we don't want to give.
our last interaction with a demon didn't go so well.
I wouldn't imagine so.
And if this one is also going to ask for my church, it's not going to happen.
You have a church?
You didn't notice everybody walking around with these symbols on their shields?
I assumed you were a part of a church.
Well, that is also true.
I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, so if talking to somebody else is going to be a dead end, I mean,
We should keep this in mind. I doubt that this is something we can pursue right now, but it's a good thing to know. And
just drop him in the middle of orc territory. That'll go well, right?
or drop the orcs in the middle of that territory.
Yeah, I mean, moving
What if
one.
we were to? What if we were to frame whoever's in Archon and get the orcs to escalate in that direction?
Orcs exist on that plane?
One of the few planes that I know of that orcs don't. The orcs just can't compete with the battle of divine and demons.
How do we trick the orcs into trying it anyway?
I mean, how smart are orcs? The only ones I've had interactions with were either mostly trying to kill me or threatening to rip my tongue out. So
I wouldn't say that they're very smart in general, but they're very good at killing things. Figuring out how to kill things.
The orcs are very specialized. There are some orcs who are quite intelligent. They are few and, well, few is putting it mildly. They are very, very rare.
Would we have gathered from the would Shade have figured out that like those clerics when we were at the village that we were evacuating were specifically for him? Like, because that screams intelligence of some kind, right?
What I alluded to by saying they're very good at figuring out how to kill something. Because this is not the first time they've adapted their tactics to me. What if we could... I wonder if instead of trying to deceive them, we could gain some sort of control over a group of orcs and send them off on an expedition into Archon and let it escalate from there. That's what happened with the Kingdom of the Sun. There was one ship, I sunk it, 3 years later they invade.
I just don't know if the orcs would be willing to invade Archon. They've tried it once before, it did not go well for them.
How long ago was that?
I'd imagine it's well over 10,000 years.
Do you think their memory is still that fresh?
I don't know.
How badly were they beaten?
Utter destruction.
I mean, there are ways that we could like the gate spell, right? That could open it from one lane to the other, right?
Yes.
But like getting them to go through and then having it escalate, I just don't know how that would work.
It's also important to keep in mind, when you open a gate there, the gate is two ways.
Would the creatures of Archon come through?
If they think there is a fight for them, then yes.
Well, I'm just going to open the gates from Archon to all camps then.
Alright. And then what are you going to do with the demons?
Not that many of them will get through, right?
I couldn't stop one. Let's say 3 or 4 come through. What are we going to do?
What keeps them on Archon then?
They don't have the ability to open portals and stuff like that.
None of them?
It's not the skill set they develop.
What's your uncle's name?
Oblivion.
That doesn't seem ominous at all.
Yeah, Meond was called Skyrim, but she's dead now.
Pretty sure they just keep reincarnating her and placing her on different platforms.
Ah, yes. Cleric of Life, Todd Howard.
More like necromancy. Because he's on a battle at that game.
What? Wait, is he your uncle on your maternal side? Is that how that worked?
My mother was a human, my father was a demon.
What was your dad's name? If your uncle's name was Oblivion.
Kenzrak.
Morrowind.
What was it?
Ken's rack.
Your uncle got the better end of the naming deal, man. Because like with Gate, you can cast a spell, speak the name of a specific creature, and that creature draws it through. But then, like, we have to deal with your uncle. So
Do not do that.
I mean, if
he thinks for a moment we're hostile, we're dead.
so far, Ivy, who, again, and she's saying this, is not very smart. It's just like we could drop your uncle in orc territory and then leave.
We just discussed dropping some weaker demons in orc territory, and we figured out that that's too dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, because you could banish them back, but
That would require.
That requires overcoming their will. Which could be possible for some, but certainly not all. The weaker demons, weaker in relative terms for Archon, they would have relatively no... Well, it might actually be a challenge to banish them back. The stronger ones would have no chance.
And if we were to just go to Archon, would probably be attacked on sight, right?
Honestly, yeah. Archon is... Either side... I couldn't see a reason why either side would not attack us. I'm fortunate enough to carry demon blood within me, so the demons would be unlikely to strike me. But if I'm surrounded by you all, then the demons would be more likely to. The divine would also be likely to strike me down if they saw me. Same for all of you.
man, I don't get cleric special privileges. Damn. Okay, so if this is a thing to be tabled for later, what are we doing now then?
Lilo,
Yes.
you had an idea about some sort of a disease.
Contagion. Yes.
I can cast that too.
You're saying you want to help Zelo create a plague that will wipe out all the orcs?
I'm not a fan of the orcs.
Oh, sounds like there's two
They,
of
they
you.
eat they eat toes. Like that's fucked up.
Is mine still in the city, or did mine leave?
Mine is not currently within the city, but they are... You do know their location. They are currently in the capital.
They did not go with Vecna yet, at least yet.
They have not yet.
Perhaps mine would be interested in this project. It would definitely be something they would consider worthwhile, I think. Big enough. I don't know how The senior Shadrax would take it, though.
I am all for killing orcs or like diseasing them or what have you. I just don't
Well,
like offering people for sacrifices, but I just don't know.
I don't think we can do anything about that right now. You saw what happened to NSV. I don't agree with them, but they are right. If we keep escalating, they'll wipe out the continent.
I mean, how inevitable is it that orcs are going to attack anyway? Like, I don't know. I don't know how they operate, but it seems like they just like, are they going to just stay in their territory and occasionally raid places, or is the goal to like take over places eventually?
We need to know more about them. We barely know anything. I've been assuming that they raid to keep up their, as disgusting as it sounds, resources. You know, they have spells that require human components. But it seems like in over 3 years, they haven't raided anything. That must mean they have a different source. Maybe raiding isn't even the primary method for them.
You only sunk. Did you sink more than one ship?
There was a single ship that I sunk.
I
And then
might. If it's
Is there
research that
any?
we need to do on orcs, you've got a branch of the library here. We could go to the main branch, the core.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, is there anywhere where people have been research on orcs where we could find out more about them?
would going to the core be better than ordering the books here?
Sorry, I'm just not sure how to explain this. So, core. All knowledge passes through filters as it's being given to the planes, then it's being given to specific areas, so on and so forth, until it gets to your branch in your town, right?
I didn't know that.
The core is completely unfiltered.
How do we get there?
It's located in the astral plane. I can teleport all of us there.
They will just give us access?
Not exactly. So there's 10 different tiers of access. I've got 4th tier access. Gives me access to a decent amount of the orc stuff. I find that it's better to have access to some of the information rather than all of the information, but in a filtered version.
That sounds...
I'd imagine that
Yeah.
everyone here
Yeah,
should be able to get access to at least 3rd tier access.
Is there anything special we have to do with that? I mean, obviously we apply for it, but nothing else special.
I genuinely do not know. There is some
Well, how
sort
did
of
you
test
get
in
access?
regards to it, but they take your memories of the test.
Very well.
Love that.
I'd give it a shot.
I am definitely interested in that.
Alright. When would you like me to take you all there?
Tell us a little bit about the astral plane. I don't believe I have been there.
The astral plane is, unlike this plane, which is often referred to as the material plane, the astral plane isn't made up of something. It's the lack thereof. It's basically they're gonna reach down and pick up a rock. This is a thing. This is a place. The astral plane is the air around it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere that there isn't something is the astral plane. It's also quite arbitrary and dangerous. You don't need to eat there, but if you leave there, you'll need to catch up on whatever food you needed to eat before you leave. You also process food instantaneously. So you could eat 1,000 days worth of food while you're there. When you leave, though, you'll suddenly feel the effects of eating 1,000 days worth of food.
Got it. So we should pack food
Yes.
and eat one a day.
Keeping track of time is also quite chaotic.
How so?
Well,
There is nothing. There's nothing to reference it on.
yeah.
Fair enough. Anything else we should know about?
Orcs, their army there, we shouldn't run into it at the core, but their army there is a run on site.
Let's see.
Actually, to be more specific, it is plane shift on site. Because you cannot outrun them. You can only teleport away. Oh, while you're in the astral plane shift only. Do not teleport.
Okay.
You cannot teleport from point A to point B, but you can plane shift from inside to the outside and then back in to a different location.
Right, but that requires keeping up with the food.
Yes.
Got it.
Quick AFK.
You gonna tell us about the resting?
They don't need to sleep, so that's not occurred to them.
But they still rest.
They need their spells back.
Yeah, that's
Actually, yeah, spell slots, they would... You won't... your magic won't restore while you're there.
how does everyone work around that? Do they just leave to sleep?
Well, you don't actually need to sleep while you're there, but when people need something... So, there are cities there, for example, Primus. While you're in Primus, every month or so, your magic will restore. But if you're just out in the middle of the astral plane, it just won't come back. Or maybe it takes a really, really long time for it to come back.
Interesting. Is magic more valuable there?
Not exactly. Those who need magic often, they usually build or plan around having magic often. So they will schedule things, have workers come in and go back and forth specific ways. They basically make sure that they do have magic often. But if you're unfamiliar with things, then it can be quite the inconvenience.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to go get us a load of rations and we'll be ready to go. At least I will be.
Okay,
I'm ready to go.
I'll need at least until tomorrow because I need to wait for my magic to restore.
Oops. Uh, anyone wanna come to the capital for anything?
Yeah, can I? At the capital, is there a place, like a gemstone place?
Yes, there is.
Can I head there and see if I can find what the clearest gemstone I can find in there is?
All right. It'd probably be an astral diamond. Their clearest one is 11,480 gold.
I hold up the crystal bomb. Like, if I trade this, will this take any money off?
What are you looking to trade?
The crystals that were on the ships, I have 2 of them in my backpack. Or like my
Ah, the
dimensional.
impact crystal. I don't know what those are, but I can evaluate one of them if you don't mind. They hold out their hand for it.
I gently place it in their hand, and I'm just like, listen, I have another one of those, and I'm just seeing if you were interested.
Yeah, I could lower the price in exchange for these two. I'll knock off 300 gold
A piece?
in total. 150 each.
You can't do any more than that.
No. That's probably the most I'm willing to pay for those.
So you said astral diamond, right?
Yep.
You get those on the astral plane?
So an astral diamond is actually made from the binding material between a plane and the astral plane. It's the extra dimensional material that's been crystallized. Whenever someone opens a gate, an astral diamond is actually what forms the edge of the gate. That's what stops people from being sliced in two by portals whenever they close.
I mean, I'm making a trip to the astral plane. Is there anything on there that, could reduce the price further?
Oh, you're going to the astral plane. I'll tell you what. If I give you a list of things that I'd like you to go and get while you're on the astral plane, I give you the money for that. In exchange, I'll give you the gemstone, but I need these things done. Is that at all possible?
Like, how long is your list?
It'd probably only take maybe half a year.
I don't think I'm going to be there for half a year.
Oh. Then never
How
mind.
about you give me a list of things that can be done relatively quickly, and then we just figure out how much that would take off the price.
Sure.
Would that be reasonable? About how long are we estimating that we'll be in the astral plane doing this research?
You guys have not told me.
However long we want. Kate is probably gonna get stuck there for a long time because Kate knows how research goes.
I mean, I'm fine with a slightly lengthier stay. I don't require food.
So, how long do you all roughly estimate?
I don't know how quickly is the research gonna go. I legitimately can't estimate because I'm until I get some leads that I need to follow up on the material plane, I'm probably gonna be looking for them.
Ivy's gonna give this guy, I'm gonna say like a week. I'll say a week, and then just give me one thing that you'd like that might take a little bit longer than that. And if it ends up being longer, like descendings work from the astral plane to here.
Occasionally, yes.
I'll attempt to send you ascending if it doesn't it goes longer than that to see what else. How's that sound?
Alright.
And we'll just figure out money for it when I get back. Cause like I don't know the time difference between here and the Feywild. I'm explaining why I'm asking about this, but like I'm supposed to give the clearest gemstone I can find to the guy who identified my cloak, right? And I feel like like pissing people off in the Feywild is not going to end well for me. So I don't just want to forget about it and never do anything about it. So. Okay, so he gives me a list of stuff to do and money to do it. Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I read through it. Anything off or spicy about it? This is gonna go so well. What does a 14 tell me? Okay. Like, what does the contract say? Just like, I'm gonna do things. And I just say I'm gonna do this in the time that I can, but like if we're there longer, Is that all right? Like, I will get this stuff back to you. I just, if we end up taking our time, I don't want you to think I'm like screwing you out of stuff. I just don't know how long. Okay. Well, I'll probably be back within the year and I'll give you your stuff. So that's probably fine. Okay.
For the rest of my evening here, I'm going to spend it in the library again, trying to research more. Another investigation? Ah. Okay. Okay. That's the child was. I will follow the child.
Is it a child that he recognizes got a feather from him?
Oh, they got him to the
Perfect.
school.
All right. Oh no. Hello, children. A large crowd of small children. Hey. Let me. How many of you are there?
There's 41.
41. Well, 13 of you already have feathers.
But we don't have them.
What'd you do with them?
Most of our parents took them away.
What do you plan on doing with my feathers?
One of the kid who still has theirs points them at another student and then throws it at them. And they miss. Oh, I've got to go try again. They pick up the feather. It's like dart. Except it doesn't stab people. They then try and take another shot at a student, missing again.
Your existence encourages violence.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay, everyone back up. Let me pick my own feathers.
I really want you to show him how it's done and hit a spot.
Okay, that's absolutely right. So what I'm gonna do is, as I pick off each feather, I'm gonna throw it like a dart at each of the children I'm handing it out to.
Okay. So you're throwing it like a dart.
Please don't kill the children.
Would you like to hold back at all?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not trying to maim the children.
Okay.
Just show them a little bit better technique.
Then I shall not get you to roll to hit.
A cleric is called to the schoolhouse. Why? There's just injured children.
This one's missing an eye. This one's got its ear sliced open.
Took a feather to the heart.
Ooh. Yeah, this one I got right in the jugular. I'm sorry, man. This one's dead.
like aim further, like get him like
Alright, so you hand
the
out all the
clothes.
feathers to the kid.
And no more feathers. That's it. That's all you get. So take care of these feathers.
Does he look like what does his wings look like?
Like they're missing 41 feathers.
Like is he like bald in some patches or looking
He's
thin?
definitely got less feathers. No bald patches, but that's because they're spread out.
That's why I chose to pick my own feathers instead of letting the children grab at them.
Alright. Shade, what are you doing
Hit
first
by
thing this morning?
41.
Well, yesterday I picked up 1,000 rations. 1 gold each?
I will check.
Oh, 1 gold each is enough.
Oh, where are you picking them up from?
South Frost.
0.7, so 7 silver.
Okay, well, I'll pick up 1,300. Spent 1,000.
Alright.
I'll check up on my simulacrum. Any progress?
So far, no.
Okay, keep at it. I'm going to be going away to the astral plane for a bit. Apparently, there's a much better library there. And they said they were all the same.
So Shade, just FYI, if you're spending 1,000 gold, it's 1,428.
Okay.
You know, in case we need that.
Yep. Write it down somewhere. Okay. How is so? You didn't really explain to me how the investigations went.
For the orb?
For the negotiations for the politics.
Oh. You're currently on friendlier terms with them. 2 stores currently have an agreement where they're hiring your cleric services.
Okay. What about? Okay, that's not what I designated I'm doing though. But okay, fine.
That was for building relations and organizing construction and politics for your church.
Right. Okay.
The politics stuff for your
that,
church is still in the works.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we go. We go.
Okay.
I'm ready. I don't need to do anything more.
Tislo,
Yes?
what are you doing first thing this morning?
Do I have anything to do?
You tell me.
Did anyone tell me to do anything in particular?
No?
Then I'm gonna be spending time with my family and training and helping with the construction.
Okay.
Is mine in town?
No, they are currently in the capital.
Then I don't think I have much to do. I will ask if Julianne needs anything done. So I guess we'll visit the mayor.
They've seen you helping with construction, so helping with construction.
Alright, I will keep doing that. Anything else?
That's the main thing. Oh, and
Alright,
if you can help out with the farm.
Help out with the farm?
Yep.
Alright, I can probably do that. Yeah. I will continue helping around and training as a druid. I will take the time, like, basically, I'm using the time I'm spending around helping as an excuse to spend time with him, with my family and stuff, and introduce him to the shops and all. And are there any wizards around in town? Not really, right?
Jolly.
Jolly, right?
Oh, cool. I will ask if they have, if they know of a way to cast planar binding without all the diamonds. Or if they have, or if they know where to get the materials. Do we have a resource? Like, does the town have a fund for magic materials for spellcasting?
A limited fund, yes.
Do I have permission to use some of it?
Is it for town defense or town support?
More or less.
Then yes.
Alright.
Planar binding. They do not have any gemstones for it, but
Okay.
I believe you should be able to use gold for that.
Do we have more than enough gold, or would I be cutting in a sizable portion of the gold we have?
The town should have 26,000 gold in the supply.
And I need 1,000, right?
Oh, sorry, they've got 6,000 gold. 20,000 has
6,000.
been
Yeah,
used
I'm not
this
gonna
year
do
for
it.
defenses.
I will not be doing it then.
Right.
Oh, and I'm gonna spend my spare time that I'm not training in the spell making, not lab, so in the forest, I guess.
Alright.
And that's it.
So you could plan on binding those two. Huh. Right. So,
Who?
do you all meet up for Yali?
Yep.
I do.
Alright. Does everyone have everything they need?
Where are we going now?
The astral
Astral
plane.
plane.
Why?
Because there's an amazing library there, which will definitely help with whatever we're doing. You don't
Yeah,
have to
sure.
go. If you don't want the library, you don't have to go.
No, I would like to go to the library. Yeah. Always good to know more.
Alright. Everyone ready?
I guess.
Ready.
Then she is going to cast Plane Shift. So, I have an image for this place. One moment.
Kitty.
What's this, Yali? Oh, I'm just asking Yali where we are. Core. And there's this. Right. This.
Oh.
So this is like a city that's called the core, and there's a library here. Is that right? The library is the city. That is the core. That is the library. Very well. Do noble library rules apply everywhere, or just inside? No magic? Where can we magic? Okay, so out here is fine. Inside, no magic.
Are there many
Very well.
people in the library?
Doesn't look like there's much more to do here, so I suppose.
Is this test we have to take? Is it like individual, or are we gonna take it as like no? Did you come here alone when you went to do the test? Okay.
Now let's get started with this test.
As we're walking in, I ask Yali how difficult it is to make astral diamonds on our own.
We can make them. It is a pain.
It's like 11,000 gold for like the clearest one. Is that a good deal, or am I getting fucked over?
I would need to see the diamond.
Well, it looks like a diamond, but it's astral diamonds, and it's the clearest one the gemstone had. The gemstone shop.
Very helpful.
I know, I know.
I think size is going to play a big factor in that price.
I mean, the pain. It's better to just get it pre-made. And then I show Yali the list of stuff I have to get. Do you think I'll find all of this here?
In this place, no, but in the astral plane, you should be able to.
Do you know anywhere else I could go, like different cities here that I could find?
Yeah.
Cool. You might have to be my tour guide eventually.
I'll consider.
Greetings.
It is.
That's
Oh
correct.
yeah.
Yes, please. Beautiful.
Cade realizes that he's made a big mistake.
Ivy is just looking at all these books like, damn. How many of these are smutty romance novels?
Lots.
And people say size doesn't matter.
They lead you down a corridor and to a booth. Alright. I'll need each of you to enter here individually. Who would like to go first?
I'd like to go first.
Alright. They open the door.
All right.
Do you enter?
Yes.
They close the door. You can see that there's a little lever in here.
All right.
Alright. Pull the lever.
I pull the lever.
Okay. There is a flash of light. Tislo, would you like to resist being teleported?
No.
Alright. The door opens. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Alright.
I'll walk inside.
They shut the door. Do you pull the lever when they ask you to?
I'll pull the lever.
Okay, there's a flash of light. Would you like to resist being teleported?
No.
Alright. Next.
All right. I
Shade,
go
you
in, close the door, pull
Alright.
the lever.
There's a flash of light. Would you like to resist?
I want to resist so badly, but no.
Alright.
The library is scary, don't want to fuck with them.
You vanish. Next.
I just go before I go in there, like what level access do I need to get to read those smutty romance novels?
First or second tier should be enough.
Perfect. And I just wander in while the lever.
Okay, would you like to resist being teleported?
Nope.
Okay, you vanish. Tislo, you're the first to return.
All right.
You appear in the same thing, and the door is just opened for you.
I cross it.
Welcome back, she says.
Okay, what was that?
Your access should be granted. May I see your arm?
Yeah.
Do you hold out your arm to them?
Uh-huh.
They place their wand on your arm. Right. Third tier access.
Okay, how many tiers are there?
10.
What's your level of access based on?
That is classified.
How do you increase it?
You can come back here and pull this lever anytime.
Okay.
Alright? Feel free to go join your friend. I believe they got
Alright.
started while you were gone.
I will do that.
Alright. To humor me, Tislo, roll me an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma save.
Sorry, what?
Can you roll me an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw?
You said something before that.
To humor me.
Gen-
There is
What
next
does
to
that
no
mean?
point, but if you roll double nat 20s on all of these, you succeed.
Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma?
Yep. Okay. So you do not remember the test taking place. Who was after Tislo?
That would be
Oh.
me.
feel free to roll your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw. Nine, 16, 10, you fail. Okay, you appear back. You're in the same booth and the door opens.
I'll walk out of the booth.
May I see your hand?
Sure, and I'll present my arm.
She places her wand to your arm. 5th tier access. You may go on.
Okay, cool.
I believe your friends have already
Thank you.
gotten started without you.
And I'll go join Zilo and Yali.
Alright. Shade, you're next.
Yep.
Feel free to roll your saving throws. Failure, failure, failure.
What you want's a failure, then there's no point.
The only reason I'm getting you to roll is just in case you roll double nat 20s. Alright. You arrive back. The door opens. Greetings, may I see your arm?
I put out my arm.
She places her wand to your arm. 3rd tier access. You may go on. Your friends have started without you.
I go on.
Alright. And then Ivy. Intelligence, wisdom, charisma save.
Let's see this horror show. Woo!
Okay. Fail, fail, fail. You appear back. The door opens. May I see your arm?
I hold it out.
2nd tier access.
That is exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Alright.
When I get back, I'm gonna ask Yali what did the test take?
Well, firstly, Tizzo, you arrive to where Yali is. You can see
Alright,
that she's
what?
got a table full of different books.
Hello.
Hey, you're back.
Thank you. Okay. I got a 3rd tier access.
Oh, good. We've been gone ages. So,
How long?
I would estimate maybe a week or two.
Oh dear. Really, it happens.
These books here are somewhat useful to you. I don't know, they're an orc nature and they're sorts of primal magic. You might get some use out of that.
Okay. I'll take a look at him.
And over here is something to do with orc ships.
Okay.
It's the most I've been able to find so far. Okay.
Hey lad, I'm gonna browse a bit too.
Yep.
And then I'll be back, okay?
Alright. What would you like to do for the next week?
Well, I'm gonna be browsing in books on star magic.
Okay. How would you like to go about
Coven of
finding
Stars
books
and
on
just in
Vogue?
general. Well, I'm gonna ask for guidance.
Okay. What sort of star magic?
Well, primarily the sort of magic a Coven of Stars uses, but also I'm very fond of star magic based on radiance, you know? So primarily anything to do with circle stars and augury, and secondarily, I don't know how to say that, but you know, radiant stuff.
I see. They whisper something, and then a light shoots out from their wand, and it goes to find a book. Follow the light.
I'll follow the light.
It finds a book that appears to be completely blank.
I'll take it.
Alright.
And bring it back.
You were given 3rd tier access, correct?
Yes.
Cool.
So I can see the book because it's above my tier.
Correct.
I'll take it back to my companion.
Alright.
Hey, I can't see this. I think it's because of my access. Can you help me?
They open it up. I can't see this either.
Ah. Oh well. Think there's anything else?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look near where I found this book to see if there's anything similar.
Okay. You'd be able to find a book with writing on it.
Is it about this?
It's a similar topic.
Alright. That'll do. What's her tier? What's my companion's tier of access?
Tier 4.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be researching everything I can find on this sort of magic, and on the orcs that are on the books that were given to me.
Alright. So that's what you're doing for the week?
Uh-huh.
Alright. A week later, Baldrin, you arrive back.
Alright. I'll walk over to Yali and Zilo, join them.
Hey, friend.
It's gonna be ages between each of yous. It's a
Hey,
pain.
friend.
Yeah, what's up?
See if you can see this book, and I'm gonna show in the blank book, James.
You can read it.
Yeah, why?
Because I can't. I think your tier of access might be bigger than mine. I was just gonna keep trying until someone had the tier of access, but I'm happy with you.
Yeah. What do you need to know?
When you have some spare time, if you could go over that with me. No, does it have to be now?
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
What you guys
I
working
assume
on
you're
so far?
going to try and give them some of that information during that week?
Yeah. During the week, I'll try to take at some point to read through the book and give Zilo the information.
Whenever you speak about information from that book, Tislo can't hear it.
Perfect.
Tislo, it's like their lips are blurred when you're looking at them.
That's unfortunate. Oh well, I'll figure it out.
Shot.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna spend part of the week looking at orc stuff, and part of the week looking at the seal stuff. See what I can find.
All right. So, Shade, you reappear.
Yeah.
Your tusk is slightly chipped.
What the fuck happened in there? I prod my tusk.
Feels real, it just has a very slight chip on it.
Do I smell orc?
No.
That's good.
The door opens. And then you're let out, and then down to the others.
And they tell me that I've been away for 4 weeks. I'm gonna go ask the librarian if they fed me while I was away.
Food is not our responsibility.
Can you at least confirm that it was 4 weeks?
I have no method of measuring time.
I eat 20 rations.
Alright.
And I figure out a way to measure time. I go to Yali and say, how are we going to measure time?
That's a good question. How fast can you read a page?
Approximating. Is that how you did it every other time you were in this plane?
I used to have a tattoo.
Ah, you don't anymore, I see. I think we should have gotten one.
We can always get them when we go to leave.
Ah, they will tell us the full stay? How will we get it when we go to leave? Do they do them in the city?
No. We'll need to
So
travel
we'd
to
have
Primus.
to... That doesn't sound good.
There's the occasional specialist ship that comes here. Shouldn't be too big of an issue.
Alright. Very well. I'll try to eat one a day, and I'll... well, I mean, I've been doing research for 3 years. I know how much you can get done in a day. I think I would be okay.
Alright. Ivy. You return to the group after a week.
On my way to them, like there are like library attendants
Yes.
stuff, right? I walk up to them and I show them the list, and I'm like, "Can you give me a list of places here where I can find these? You have this knowledge? Do I have to find it on my own? You know, you live here, so I figured you'd have a good
I
idea."
believe one of the other cities would probably be your best bet. I would recommend, given that you're from the Feywild, the Archdome would probably be the best.
Archdome.
Archdome.
Archdome. Okay. So, okay. Is about how far away is that? I know time's not a measurement, but like distance maybe?
It's just that way. And
Okay.
they gesture in a direction.
Okay, I make note of it because like I know my direction. And then I go, oh, one last thing. Where's your romance novel section?
We don't really have sections here. You might be more used to our branches. Our books are pretty much everywhere. There are even multiple copies from these books. You might be able to find some throughout. I can give you... Come and see one of us attendants and we can point you in the direction of a book of your request.
Got any personal recommendations?
You are a rank 2?
Yeah.
They're going to whisper into their wand, and then a beam of light is going to shoot out from it, and over to a book.
I grab the book and then I make my way over to the party.
Okay.
What is the cover on this book?
in Sylvan, it is...
I'm
Whispers
so
of a
excited to know
Throne,
what.
Chronicles of a Fey Queen.
Ooh. It doesn't just say that. There's no like picture on the front.
So the entire cover is fancy writing.
Okay.
Every letter starts and ends at an edge of a page.
Like as I'm making my way to the table, I just start reading through it.
Bro.
Listen. Ivy likes trashy romance novels. You know?
Relatable.
That's 3. I'm upset. I chipped my task for a tier 3?
You'd be able to see... Sorry, I just found something a little bit amusing about that. You'd be able to see the books on the orc ships.
Okay. Can I see any books on the orcs breeding humans or something like that?
Not necessarily humans, but the orc camps. They have
Yes.
them in all planes
Yeah.
that they go to.
Well, all sorts of stuff about orc camps, how orcs set up, what orc... I'm... The ships... I don't know. Is it the material plane ships or is it other ships as
Astral
well?
plane, material plane, and... Feywild would be too hot. It'd be the astral plane and material plane.
The other planes, they don't even have ships?
They have ships, but there's just no mention of that in the books.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, sure. How long is it gonna take me to get through what Yali has picked out?
Probably about a day a book.
How many books did Yali already pick out?
They've picked out about 12.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Thought of that.
Alright, so you're getting familiarized on 40,000 years of orc history. On
Yeah.
ship design.
Could be handy.
When I show up, how many of the books that were picked out on orcs am I able to actually see?
None.
So
Actually, there is one. You can see some information on orcs living in the astral plane.
all right, I would read through the orc book just, be part of the team. And then most of the time while they were doing their research, I would off in a corner. Reading through the Whispers of the Crown, is that what it was?
Whispers of a Throne.
Whispers of the Throne.
Alright.
I would just tell them like I only have tier 2 access, so I don't think I'm gonna be much help with this.
So, these are the orc ranks. Actually, I'll just send you these.
Yeah, that'll save me having to type what you dictate.
Sorry, just reading through some of this information and reminding myself how awful orcs are.
I would know about that, don't worry.
How long would it take me to finish the Whispers of the Throne book? Okay, when I was done with that, can I go up to an attendant and ask for any books about the elemental planes?
Um,
Like, obviously, there's not going to be a ton I have access, but if there was anything of like the mythos and what have you about it, like from way back when.
you would actually be able to tell that part of this book is false.
Art.
Make me a religion check.
Which one? The smut book?
No, this is for the mad book.
Oh, good. I
I'm gonna luck
was
that.
worried that part of the smut book
Okay,
is full.
roll again.
Motherfucker. Well, at least better.
Okay. So a certain section of this mentions Mab going around and conquering different. So to start with, Mab is the Winter Queen. There is an opposing party which is the Summer King. Both of them rule in tandem, each taking half of the Feywild half of the time. Well, all of the Feywild half of the time. So one of them gets all of the power of the other during their reigning time, and the other takes all of the power of the other during their reigning time. Originally, there was 4 seasons. There was autumn and spring as well. This is claiming that Mab destroyed them both, which is not true, at least as far as you know. Mab did not destroy them. It was actually the Summer King refusing to assist both of them that resulted in their destruction. It was not his active handling of the destruction. It was just the lack of power that they had because it wasn't their season that resulted in their destruction.
I go up. Do the library attendants, like, do they all look different, or
Yes, they all
are
look
they
different.
okay? I find the one that issued the test to begin with, like that usher us in to pull the lever, and I just go, so if I point out some inaccuracies in some of your books, does that help my access level?
You're welcome to write
Just
books of your own.
hypothetical. Oh, I don't know. I'm not very
Every book in here is being
poetic.
written by someone in the same position as you. They've either found information lacking in here that they wish to contribute to, or they had their own version of events where they wrote it down.
If I contribute something, does that help my access level?
I will not speak to that.
Is there anything you can speak about helping the access level?
You're welcome to enter that booth whenever you wish.
But it took so long. All right. And I wander back. And then I before I'm in earshot, I wander up to a different one, and I just am like, do you have what books? Perfect. And I go grab that.
I'm spending part of my time on books learning about the orcs, and part of my time looking into the Luna seal and all things related. 5. Okay, and the Twilight Forest, where is that? Okay. I will probably do that the following week. Did I get anything useful about orcs?
Make me an investigation check. Alright, so what specific topic are you looking to about the orcs?
Looking into their, I guess, attack strategies and looking for like physiological stuff about the orcs so I can learn more about how to interact with and fight them.
Alright. So, the orc race has multiple subbreeds. There are different breeds for each plane.
I'll focus specifically on material plane.
Alright. So you'd be piecing together information for that. Quinn's looking at the Radiant. Shade. Can I get your investigation check?
Yes. And Shades in investigation check.
20.
Sorcerer. There we go.
Natural 20.
Much better. And I do have proficiency.
Yep. Cool. What was the topic you're looking into? The specific topic?
Okay, the specific I want to start. Orc breeding programs.
Alrighty.
Shade looking at some books of his own.
Yeah, got different interests to you though.
So,
Mine's consensual.
there are 4 different types of orc breeding camps. There are the orc breeding camps, there are the half-orc breeding camps, there are the captive breeding camps, and then there's the planar breeding camps.
Mhm.
The planar breeding camps are when they're built breeding orcs to make them native to a specific plane. The orc breeding camps are when they're trying to make specific and strong orcs, or breeding them for a specific job.
Uh-huh.
The half-orcs are the ones where they're trying to basically make them more pure. So they'll breed a half-orc with a pure orc to try and make a more pure orc. And then the human
Why would
ones
they
are
do that?
what you would expect.
Wait a second, I'm confused between captive and half-orc.
Okay, so half-orcs are half-orcs breeding with orcs.
Why would orcs breed with half-orcs?
to create more pure half-orc. Well, more pure orcs. It's basically
Why
three-quarter
don't
orcs
orcs
instead of...
just breed with orcs?
They do.
Why do they need, like, okay, can I figure out why the hell do they need half-orcs at all?
Half-orcs are the byproducts of orcs breeding with humans, or whatever
Yes.
race that they breed with.
Is that what happens in the captive camp?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no mention of them farming food? Farming...
Not with this tier of success, but even next week or the week after, you'll get that information.
Okay, so I'm looking more into that. I'm looking into their whole internal economy, so to say, because their economy is clearly based on lives.
Okay. 2, 3, 4. Alright, then we'll go over actually, we'll go over Baldurins first. So Baldurin, which topic were you looking to?
Track strategies and physiologies to determine weaknesses and whatnot.
Alright. So you'd actually have a small bit of overlap with what Shade's looking at. So orcs, they take on different characteristics based on what subrace they are. For example, they're material orcs, or fiend orcs, or abyssal orcs. Each of those have their own characteristics, which are some of the traits from the people of those planes that they've taken on for themselves. For example, material plane orcs have shorter lifespans, they breed much faster, and they adapt much quicker.
Okay.
Feywild orcs, which have almost entirely been wiped out, they didn't need to sleep. They slept and they were able to rest in just 4 hours.
Okay.
Can I get your investigation check just so I can mark off the point?
Mine?
Yep. I'm mostly just giving you guys all of the information that you're researching. It's just how the investigation checks determine how long it takes. Usually I'd wait until the end to give you the information, but because you guys aren't leaving here partway through, there's no real difference. Alright. Because of this, certain orcs have certain weaknesses. For example, abyssal orcs are weak to radiant. Material plane orcs are weaker to fire.
Are they?
Says it in the book, it must be true.
I think the book's wrong.
I'm not going to correct you. So the orcs take on both some of the benefits and some of the weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
If you can figure out what plane the orcs are from, then you might be able to figure out what some of the weaknesses are.
Fair enough.
Ivy, I'm not giving you information on your book.
I want it. Okay, but actually, I would like I'd read my romance novel, but then I would like feel guilty because they're all working hard. Like no books have been added to the pile that like I have access to, right?
One of Tislow's books you have access to.
Which one is that?
Foundations of Primal Magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Tislo deal with that. I go up to an attendant and I'm like, can I what books are available to me about the astral plane and find out more about the astral plane since we're being here for a while. So
Sure. They're going to point you in the direction of that. You're able to get some books on Primus and some of the other major cities.
and I'll read those, and in my downtime I just write out like my correct versions of events for the destruction of the other seasons in the Feywild. And like when I finish that, I'll give it to an attendant and I'll just be like, I don't know the submission process, but I fixed it. This is actually how it went down.
Are you writing that in a blank book, or are you writing it in the same book?
I am writing it. I have like I think I have a blank book in my inventory.
There are blank
I
books
would
in a lot.
not.
So there are blank books that you can get upon request.
Yeah, so I would write it in a blank book. I would not write it in the actual book. I'm not
Alright.
going to destroy property.
So, how long are you all looking to spend here? Just because if I can get a group consensus, then throughout the week you guys can ask research questions and I'll be able to answer them.
Oh. How long
Honestly,
have we've already spent like a month and a half?
Yeah,
Right?
almost
Ivy's
3
not
months.
much help.
Almost 3 months. Let me just see for how much food I have.
I have 20 rations of my own too, but like I would.
I have enough food for each of us for a year. No, yes. For a celestial year. 375 days.
That's not a real year. Real years are 560.
I don't require food, so.
Okay, so I have more, but that's fine. I don't really want to stay a whole year, but half a year sounds reasonable. Besides, Ivy, don't you need to do something else?
Oh,
yeah,
Baldric.
yeah.
So with your tier 5 access, you actually aren't affected by gravity in here unless you want to be.
Ooh. Okay. I think I'm not attuned to the hand wraps right now, so I'm not afraid of heights. Am I able to just like will that on and off?
Yes.
Perfect. I will keep that in mind. I will probably be affected by gravity as standard unless I need to not be.
Does Yali have a spare tuning fork for the astral plane? Or does she know where to get one? How much it would be?
Yes, you can get them in Primus.
Okay, and we need to go to Primus anyway, or Ivy needs to go to Primus.
Yeah, I would just wait for like a good opportunity because I would be waiting for Yali to like take me. So
okay,
when
yeah.
there was
So I'll ask you to get me a tuning fork for the astral plane when you go to Primus.
I put it on a separate sheet. Anybody else? Anybody else want anything while I'm going to Primus?
Yali know approximately how much it costs, so we can arrange that.
Should only be a couple stars. Sorry, a couple astral sapphires.
Astral sapphires, how much is that?
1 gold. 10 gold is 1 astral sapphire.
So like 20, 30 gold.
Thereabouts.
All right. Easy enough. I'll give 100 gold to Ivy.
All right.
We don't have the sapphires on us.
Anybody else? Hello, Baldy, you want me to pick you up anything?
Once we have the fork, I'll be able to go back and forth without an issue.
Well, I am curious. What were you reading?
Oh, and I show Zelo all of the romance novels I'm accumulating.
You should read it. You should. Oh, this sounds interesting. You should read it out loud.
I would. But I got a shopping trip I need to do. I want to
Okay.
get started on it.
Nah.
Did you want
No fun.
anything?
Okay, let me see. If you can bring me some sweets, that'll be nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I write down shade, wants a tuning fork, Elo, sweets. What
Sweet types
about
of
you,
people.
Baldy?
I think I'm good.
I write Baldy and I write shiny trinket. Like at some point, like I finish my little correction and I like turn that in, right? Like, can I retake the test at some point? Like, if we're there for a while before like Yali's free to take me?
That's
Yali can take you whenever you'd like.
All
Well,
right.
whenever the boat gets there.
I'll just.
And that's roughly every 4 months.
How long does the boat take?
Roll me 1d4.
Me?
2 months, so...
I mean, how long does the boat take to get there?
Yeah, he means traveling from
okay.
core to Primus.
It is a 2-month trip.
Can't Yali just plane shift them out and in?
I believe her tuning fork is...
Well, I can plane shift us out if we need to, so.
I can too, yeah. But I mean, I don't want to interrupt the reef.
As soon as we get another tuning fork, it won't even matter because like I'll just be able to go back and forth whenever I want. So, does Yali research anything interesting while we're at it? Okay.
I absolutely
Would Yali
yeah.
be okay looking into orc spells? And so they won't get much more than I already have. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of, I do not want to tell us to end the session. I'm very, very fine to continue. Snuffy, didn't you say you had to leave 6 minutes ago?
Yeah, we've got to get going here soon. It's not immediately, but
Yep.
yes.
Yeah,
just
they didn't want you to forget. You had something to do.
to spend in the astral plane, I can end the session.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So
Like, okay, so Yali can take me to Primus, right? You said that she can do that?
Yep.
Okay, so
Uh.
I would do that, like, whenever there was a good break in, like, research where people were done. Or, like,
Whenever
off
the
on
ship arrived.
I can only say how long I'm staying here, and I'm not here next week, so I might be staying longer than everyone else.
Well,
I am
next
staying.
Sunday.
Here's my
Next
plan.
Sunday.
Go on.
Next Sunday is my birthday, so
Okay.
we most likely will not
Oh,
be here either.
Yeah, so there's no. Okay. I'm gonna say anything. Right, James. So here's Shade's plan. He found very interesting that they have these life melders who oversee breeding programs, and he thinks that potentially there is a way to mess with the breeding programs, which will be rather discreet and very long, like a delayed reaction, right?
All right.
But for that, he needs a few things. He needs to learn more about how these breeding programs work and about all the different stuff they have and how their slave economy works.
All
So
right.
that,
So an 8-month estimate is fine with everyone. That
Yeah,
should be
so.
4 projects roughly.
Yeah, because, like, I got my list
Yeah,
of
that sounds
shit
about
to
right.
get.
Okay.
All right.
I would just go, sorry I wasn't much help with research, but